Hello, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary. Tonight, we step through shadows and flame, through the ancient towers of the white gold city, through forgotten ruins and sunlit meadows, and into the dark places where the gates of Oblivion opened wide. If you find comfort in legends and lost empires, don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more tales. Let's begin. The first thing you remember is the cold. The stone walls of the Imperial prison are damp, slick with the stink of moss and old rot. Chains rattle somewhere down the corridor, but you've stopped counting how many days you've been here. The iron bars are more familiar than your own name now. You're a prisoner. What crime brought you here? Petty theft? False accusation? Something darker? You barely recall. Time in a cell robs you of such details. Every day, he mocks you, spinning tales of how you'll rot here until your bones turn to dust. Today is no different. But something else is. Boots, armored, purposeful. You hear them before you see them. 3 figures approach, 2 clad in the crimson and gold of the blades, the Emperor's personal guard. Between them walks a man draped in fine robes. His face is familiar in a way few are. You've seen his likeness on every coin, every banner. Emperor Uriel Septim VII. He stops in front of your cell. His eyes, weary and knowing, rest on you. "This is the one," he murmurs, though it's not clear if he speaks to you or himself. The key turns in the lock. Not for you. A hidden door grinds open at the back of your cell, stone shifting stone, revealing a passage beneath the city. The blades escort the Emperor into the dark, ignoring your stunned gaze. You have a choice now. Stay behind, or step through the door. You follow. The passageway is narrow, damp, and ancient, not part of the prison's official architecture. These are escape routes, carved long ago for purposes now lost to all but the Empire's most trusted. You trail behind the Emperor's retinue as they descend deeper into the belly of the city. Stone corridors open into caverns where rats scurry, and the roots of the Imperial city's great towers claw through the earth. But something follows you too. The first attack is sudden. From the shadows, robed figures strike, assassins cloaked in blood-red armor, their curved blades gleaming. The blades react swiftly. Swords clash. Steel meets flesh. You're unarmed, but survival sharpens instincts. One of the assassins falls close to you, his weapon skittering across the floor. You snatch it up. A rusted iron short sword, crude but deadly. In that moment, you are no longer a prisoner waiting for death. You are alive, fighting. When the skirmish ends, 2 assassins lie dead. The blades gather around the Emperor, forming a protective ring. You remain at a distance, yet none of them tell you to leave. Perhaps in these dark tunnels, even a prisoner can be useful. The Emperor speaks to you. "I know your face," he says, voice soft but sure. "Though your path is hidden, it is not unknown to me. The gods have placed you here for a reason." His words linger, heavy with something more than simple chance. The group presses on. More assassins wait ahead. The mythic Dawn, they call themselves. A cult devoted to Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Prince of Destruction. Their goal is nothing less than the unmaking of this world. You clash with them again and again. Every footstep deeper into the sewers feels like a descent into oblivion itself. Captain Renaud does not survive the next ambush. Her body falls to the cold stones, and her blade, an Akaviri katana, finds its way into your hands. The Emperor barely glances back. "Close shut the jaws of oblivion," he murmurs, as if reciting the end of an ancient poem. His words chill you. Eventually, the passage narrows. There is no path forward. Only you, the Emperor, and his remaining guard, Boris. He instructs you to wait as they search for another way, but the Emperor turns to you once more. He presses an amulet into your hand, the Amulet of Kings, a relic of the Septim bloodline. Its ruby glows with a quiet fire. "Take it," he says. "Only the dragon fires can hold back the darkness. Find Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son." Before you can question him, before you can understand the weight now in your hands, the assassins strike again. This time, the Emperor falls. His body crumples, a crimson pool spreading across the stones. His death is quiet, unceremonious, unthinkable. Barris fights off the attackers, but the damage is done. He sees you with the amulet, sees what the Emperor gave you. And he doesn't take it back. "He trusted you," Boris says. "Now, it's up to you." He tells you of Joffrey, Grandmaster of the Blades, hidden away at Waynon Priory near Coral. You must reach him. The fate of the Empire now rests in your hands. No longer a prisoner, no longer a bystander. You are part of this. Burus shows you a final path, a sewer tunnel, leading out beneath the Imperial City. As you wade through the filth and rats, the world outside feels like a distant memory. But when you finally emerge, blinking into the daylight, the vast expanse of Cyrodiil stretches before you. Green hills, towering mountains, rivers winding like silver threads. For the first time in days, you breathe free air. But freedom comes with a burden. The Amulet of Kings rests against your chest, heavy with the weight of a broken dynasty. And now, your true journey begins. The sun is brighter than you remember. After the dark tunnels beneath the imperial city, the open sky feels vast and overwhelming. Birds circle lazily overhead. The walls of the city rise behind you. Stone giants watching as you step into a world that no longer knows what just happened beneath its streets. The Amulet of Kings rests in your pocket. Its cold metal a constant reminder of Uriel Septim's final words. The Emperor, the ruler of all Tamriel, chose you, a nameless prisoner, to carry the fate of an empire. You don't know why, but there's no turning back. Your first steps take you south, along the shores of Lake Rumare. The water gleams in the morning light, peaceful and indifferent to the chaos to come. Every path ahead feels unfamiliar, yet the name Boris gave you echoes in your mind. Wayne Priory, Coral, Joffrey. A destination at least. The road isn't empty. Bandits lurk near old forts, preying on travelers. Wolves stalk the woods. You clutch your borrowed blade tighter. Every clash is a reminder. You may have survived the Imperial sewers, but Cyrodiil is far from safe. Still, for every threat, there is kindness. A passing merchant offers you directions. A hunter shares a campfire for the night. These small acts of normalcy feel strange, knowing what you carry. The amulet, the end of a dynasty, the first cracks of the Oblivion crisis. It takes you a day's journey to reach the outskirts of Coral. The city sits nestled against the western hills, its stone walls and timbered houses, familiar, comforting. But you don't go through the gates. Not yet. Wayne Priory lies just beyond. The priory is small, a handful of stone buildings, simple and serene. Monks move quietly through their routines, tending gardens and livestock. To them, the troubles of emperors and cults are distant things, but not for long. You ask for Joffrey. The monks point you to a humble man, dressed plainly, sitting beneath the shade of an ancient tree. He looks up as you approach, his face lined with age, but his eyes sharp. "I'm Brother Joffrey," he says. You don't waste words. You show him the amulet. His expression changes. The casual calm fades. You tell him everything. The Emperor's assassination, the mythic dawn, his final command. Joffrey listens in silence. When you finish, he takes a long breath. "This is grave news indeed," he says. "The Emperor spoke truly. His last son lives, but in hiding. Though few know of it, Uriel Septim had an illegitimate child, raised in secret. A man named Martin. A priest now, serving in the chapel of Akatosh in Kvatch. If the mythic Dawn assassinated the Emperor, they will seek to kill his heir. We must find him before they do. There's no time to lose. You are tasked with traveling to Kvatch, a city southwest of Cyrodiil, perched along the Gold Road. It's a straightforward path, but urgency turns every mile into a burden. Before you leave, Joffrey arms you properly. Steel replaces rusted iron. Supplies are packed. You are no longer a prisoner with a borrowed sword. You are a courier of destiny. As you descend the hills from Cyrodiil, the weather shifts. Dark clouds gather. The wind carries whispers of something wrong. The closer you get to Kvatch, the more uneasy the world feels. You pass travelers on the road, refugees, their faces pale, their steps hurried. Kvatch is burning. The news hits like a blow. Daedra came through a gate, one man says, breathless. A portal to Oblivion itself. The city's gone. You press on. When you crest the ridge, you see it for yourself. Kvatch's proud stone walls, once a beacon along the Gold Road, are silhouetted against an inferno. The sky above twists with dark red clouds. A wound in reality itself. And at the base of the hill, a makeshift camp of survivors clings to life. Among them, a ragged soldier named Savlian Madius barks orders, trying to hold the chaos at bay. His armor is dented, his face streaked with ash, but his resolve is iron. You approach. We tried to hold them back, he says, but the Oblivion Gate, it's unlike anything we've seen. Daedra pour through it. Kvatch has fallen, but you're not here for the city's walls. You're here for Martin Septim. Martin? Savlian's eyes narrow. The priest. If he's alive, he'd still be in the chapel. But getting there, he gestures to the fiery maw at the city's gates, means going through hell itself. This is not a battle of soldiers. It's a rift to another plane. Oblivion. The air near the gate shimmers with heat. The ground is scorched black. As you approach, the sky itself roars. Then, without warning, the world tears open. You step through, and the world changes. Gone is the familiar earth of Tamriel. You stand in a realm of molten rock and burning skies. Towers of brass and stone rise from rivers of lava. The stench of sulfur chokes your lungs. Daedra roam freely, clad in barbed armor, wielding weapons that pulse with unnatural energy. You are an intruder here. But you press on. The key lies in closing the gate itself. You fight through the Daedric forces, ascending the twisted towers. The higher you climb, the more unstable the realm feels. At the pinnacle, you find the sigil stone, a shard of pure Oblivion power. Seizing it tears the gate apart. The sky screams, the ground fractures, and you are hurled back into Tamriel as the rift collapses in on itself. The firestorm subsides. For now. Kvatch still smolders, but a path is open. You and Savlian Madius push into the city. Daedra remain, but without their portal, they are vulnerable. You reach the chapel. Inside, huddled among the frightened survivors, is a man in humble priest's robes. Martin. He is not what you expected. No crown, no throne. Just a weary man with the blood of emperors in his veins. When you tell him who you are, why you've come, he doesn't believe you. Not at first, but the evidence is undeniable. The Emperor's last words. Reluctantly, Martin agrees to come with you. I don't know if I can be what you need, he says, but if the Empire is to survive, we have no choice. With the city of Kvatch in ruins behind you, you lead Martin back to Wayne Priory. The heir to the Empire walks beside you, but shadows follow close behind. The journey back to Wayne Priory is quiet, but the silence feels heavier now. Martin's Septim walks beside you, every step measured. He doesn't speak much. A priest first, an emperor's son second. The truth of his blood weighs on him. You can see it in the way he avoids your eyes. You wonder if he feels the same burden as the amulet in your pocket. Kvatch burns behind you, but you can't look back. The crisis is only beginning. When Wayne Priory comes into view, something feels wrong. The peaceful quiet of the monk's home is shattered. The gates are broken. Smoke rises from the small buildings. You draw your weapon before you even realize it. An attack. You rush forward. The blade's insignia catches your eye. 2 men lie dead near the stables. Monks, cut down where they stood. Inside, you hear the clash of steel. Boris fights near the chapel, his blade flashing. Another figure joins the defense, Joffrey. His age is no hindrance now, moving with the precision of a seasoned warrior. The attackers wear the same crimson armor you've seen before. Mythic dawn. You join the fray. The skirmish is brutal but short. These cultists are fanatics, not soldiers. When the last of them falls, silence returns. Inside the priory, the damage is clear. Scrolls scattered, furniture overturned. Joffrey's expression is grim. The amulet, he says. Your heart sinks. The chest where it was hidden is empty. The amulet of kings is gone, Joffrey confirms, his voice heavy. This was no random attack. The Mythic Dawn knew exactly what they wanted, and they took it. But the fight isn't over. Joffrey turns to Martin. There is a flicker of relief in his face. despite the loss. Martin's safety is paramount. The amulet can be recovered, Joffrey says. But for now, we must get Martin to safety. Cloud Ruler Temple, a fortress of the Blades, hidden in the mountains near Bruma, one of the oldest and most secure bastions in Cyrodiil. If the mythic Dawn dares to strike again, they will find the Blades ready. You make haste northward. The Gold Road stretches beneath your feet, winding through forests and hills. The journey to Bruma takes you through the heart of Cyrodiil. You pass caravans of merchants, travelers with guarded faces. Rumors of the Oblivion crisis spread faster than the fires themselves. Martin rides quietly, his hood pulled low. Every town you pass is a reminder of what's at stake. The sky grows colder as you climb into the Gerald Mountains. Snow dusts the trees. The air thins, biting at your lungs. At the foot of the pass, the towers of Bruma rise, modest but defiant against the harsh northern winds. You don't enter the city. The path turns west, up the winding road to Cloud Ruler Temple. When you see it, it's as if the mountain itself has opened to reveal it. Stone walls rise from the cliffs, their ancient lines blending into the rock. A great stone staircase leads to the main gate, guarded by 2 Blades in full regalia. Joffrey is recognized immediately, as is Martin. The gates open. Inside, Cloud Ruler Temple is everything the Empire has lost. Order, discipline. The Blades move with purpose, their loyalty unquestioned. Here, Martin is not just a priest. He is a symbol of hope. Joffrey addresses the gathered Blades. Blades, dark times are upon us. The Emperor and his sons were slain on the very day of his coronation. The Amulet of Kings is gone. The enemy has defeated us at every turn. But we have one hope, a last hope. Martin Septim, the Emperor's son, is still alive. He has been sheltered here at Cloud Ruler Temple. He is the last of the Septim bloodline. We must protect him at all costs. All eyes turn to Martin. He does not shrink from them. I know you all expect me to be Emperor. I'll do my best. But this is all new to me. I'm not used to giving speeches. But I want you to know that I appreciate your welcome here. I hope I can prove myself worthy of your loyalty in the coming days. That's it. Thank you. It is not a speech of grandeur. It is honest, and that is enough. The Blades salute, but titles and names will not close the gates of Oblivion. The mythic Dawn has the amulet. Mehrunes Dagon's influence spreads. The Daedric portals will not stop unless you act. Joffrey lays out the plan. First, you must track the mythic Dawn. Find their hidden shrine. Recover the amulet. Strike back. Burus has leads. He waits in the Imperial City, in the Elven Gardens district. He believes the cult operates in the shadows of the capital itself. Your next task is clear. With Martin secured within Cloud Ruler Temple, you descend the mountain once more. The Imperial City feels different now. Not the grand heart of an empire, but a city holding its breath. Citizens whisper of Daedric sightings. Guards double their patrols. The air is tense. You find Boris in Luther Broad's boarding house, a modest tavern tucked away from the main streets. He greets you with a nod, his hand resting casually near his sword. He gestures subtly. "Sit down," he says quietly. "Don't say anything. Just do what I say." You slide into the chair opposite him, trying to act casual. Boris leans forward slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. You follow me. We can't talk now. Just follow my lead." True to his word, Boris stands without another glance. He walks casually toward the door, leading to the basement. You notice a man at a nearby table lower his book. His gaze is sharp, too sharp. He rises and follows Boris. You follow both of them. Down in the dimly lit basement, Boris stops near a table. The man following him, Ostav Wirich, closes in. "You're not going anywhere," Ostav says coldly, drawing a dagger. Boris reacts instantly, drawing his blade. "You picked the wrong bladesman to tangle with," he says. The fight is swift and brutal. Together, you bring down the would-be assassin. His body slumps to the floor. Boris wipes his blade clean and exhales sharply. The assassins who killed the Emperor were part of a Daedric cult known as the Mythic Dawn, he explains. Apparently, they worship the Daedra lord Mehrunes Dagon. He looks at Ostav's corpse with disdain. "I've been tracking their agents in the Imperial City. Guess they noticed." He crouches down, retrieving a red-bound book from the body. He flips through it briefly. "Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes," he says. "They all carry these." Boris straightens and turns to you. "There's a scholar at the Arcane University, Tarmina, supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults. You should take this book to her, see what she makes of it." His eyes narrow. "I'll keep running down leads on the Mythic Dawn network. If you learn anything, you can find me here at Luther Broad's." He clasps your shoulder briefly. "May Talos guide you." You return to Tarmina. Her knowledge of obscure cults is unmatched. She deciphers the riddles within the commentaries, pointing you toward First Edition, a rare bookstore in the Market District. There, a contact awaits. Guinness, a naive young man entangled with the cult. Through careful words and subtle pressure, you learn the time and place of a secret meeting. The Mythic Dawn plans to induct him into their ranks. You take his place. The meeting is arranged in a secluded area of the city. The sewers are damp and rank, but you press on. This is the contact Gwyneth was supposed to meet. In the dim glow of torchlight, hooded figures wait. One steps forward. His voice is smooth, practiced. Welcome, brother. You come seeking enlightenment in the service of Lord Dagon. This is Raven Cameron. His words drip with promises of a new dawn, of fire and cleansing. Around you, the cultists listen with fervor. You nod, playing the part of an eager recruit. But Raven's eyes narrow. Wait, he says slowly. There is someone else here. Brothers, kill this pretender, Raven commands. Swords are drawn. The chamber erupts into chaos. You fight for your life. The mythic Dawn agents rush you, but you are ready. The clash of steel echoes through the stone tunnels. Raven himself joins the fray, casting searing spells of fire and lightning. But you stand firm. Raven lies dead at your feet. On his body, you find Commentaries, Volume 4. Carefully, you stow the blood-stained book. This is the key. Somewhere in its pages lies the path to the mythic Dawn's hidden shrine. Later, with Tarmina's guidance, you decipher the cryptic clue. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. The shrine lies deep in the Gerald Mountains, at the Lake Arius Caverns. The journey to Lake Arius is not an easy one. You leave Cloud Ruler Temple with the weight of your mission clear. The mythic Dawn's shrine lies hidden in the northern wilds of Cyrodiil, beyond where roads are well kept and patrols frequent. The Empire's grip loosens out here. The Daedra's reach grows stronger. Each step through the dense woods feels watched. The trees are thick, their branches clawing at the sky. Mists roll between the trunks, and the air is colder now. Somewhere far behind, the world still thinks of courts and politics. But here, in these shadowed woods, only cultists and whispers remain. The path ends at a cave mouth, dark, unmarked, except for a faint red glow seeping from within. Lake Arius Caverns. You ready your blade. Inside, the mythic Dawn awaits. The shrine is deeper than you imagined. You descend through winding tunnels, past ancient stone carved long before these fanatics claimed it. The air thickens, heavy with incense and something more foul, the copper tang of fresh blood. Torches burn with unnatural red flames. Their light dances across crimson banners, each emblazoned with the jagged symbol of Mehrunes Dagon. You are not sneaking in. You are walking straight into the lion's den. At the heart of the cavern, a vast chamber opens. Pillars of stone rise like teeth, framing a massive statue of Dagon himself. Four-armed, towering, a frozen scream of rage carved in stone. Worshippers kneel before it, and in their midst stands Mankar Cameron. He is not what you expected. Clad in red and gold, his face is calm, composed. He speaks not with the wild fervor of a madman, but with the certainty of a prophet. His voice carries through the chamber, filled with promises of a new dawn, of a Tamriel cleansed by Dagon's fire. You remain hidden, listening. At his side, on a pedestal, rests the amulet of kings. It gleams in the flickering light, as if mocking you. But Mankar is no fool. Before you can act, he completes a ritual. With a flash of crimson light, a portal tears open behind him. The portal Mankar used leads to a realm he calls paradise. He steps through, taking the amulet with him, and vanishes. You take the Mysterium Xarxes. The cultists turn toward you. The fight is inevitable. Blades clash, spells flare. The chamber becomes a storm of steel and fire. You cut through the followers with grim determination. Every fallen cultist is a step closer to Dagon's defeat. You return to Cloud Ruler Temple. The news weighs heavy on Joffrey. The amulet remains beyond reach. Martin's eyes widened as he looked at the tome in your hands. His voice came sharp with concern. By the 9, such a thing is dangerous even to handle, he said, his face tense. Then his expression softened, and he let out a breath. Forgive me. You were right to bring it, but you'd better give it to me. I know some ways to protect myself from its evil power. You handed him the Mysterium Xarxes. A notification echoed faintly in your mind. One more burden passed on. Martin looked at the book with unease. You asked, "Can the Xarxes lead us to Cameron?" His brow furrowed. I don't know. Maybe, he said hesitantly. He paused, his gaze lingering on the shifting symbols within the cursed pages. I suspect that the secret of how to open a portal to Cameron's paradise lies within these pages. Martin's tone grew heavier. But I will need time. Tampering with dark secrets, even just reading them, can be very dangerous. I'll have to proceed carefully. At last, his expression firmed. In the meantime, you should speak to Joffrey. He was concerned about reports of spies in Bruma. You walked to talk to Joffrey. Joffrey greeted you with a nod. Ah, yes. I hope you can help. The gate guards have reported seeing strangers on the road for the past several nights, he said gravely. His gaze hardened. I cannot leave Cloud Ruler undefended while my men search the whole mountainside, but these spies must be eliminated. He continued, Captain Bird in Bruma may also be able to help. I've asked the Countess to have the guard keep an eye out for strangers. Joffrey's tone grew sharper. Track down the spies and kill them. Find out what they know and what they're planning, if possible. Your first stop is Bruma. There, you meet Captain Bird, the local guard captain. He confirms Joffrey's concerns. Strangers have been spotted lurking around the city, particularly near a house on the eastern edge. Under cover of night, eventually, you see Cyrodiil, one of the spies, leaving. You follow her discreetly. When she returns, you confront her inside the house. She and her fellow agent, Severi Farum, attack you. After defeating them, you search the premises. Among the clutter, you find Cyrodiil's orders, a letter from the mythic Dawn, detailing their plans to monitor Cloud Ruler Temple and report back to Mankar Cameron. The orders confirm the cult's next steps and their knowledge of Martin's presence. With this vital information, you return to Cloud Ruler Temple. Joffrey reads the orders carefully. "So they know Martin is here," he says grimly. "But thanks to you, their spies are no longer a threat. The temple is safe, for now." Martin stood at the far end of the war table, hunched over an open book. His face was pale in the candlelight, the Mysterium Xarxes resting nearby like a sleeping beast, its cover pulsing, almost breathing. He looked up as you entered. His voice was calm, but you sensed the strain beneath it. "I've found the next step," he said. "To open a portal into Cameron's paradise, we need 4 items. I believe I've identified one of them." You stepped closer. "The blood of a Daedric lord," he said. "Not literally, thank the gods, but something infused with a prince's essence. A Daedric artifact." He gestured toward the open book in front of him. "Modern heretics." Its spine cracked from use. "This book speaks of ancient shrines scattered throughout Cyrodiil, each one a gate to a prince's favor. If you can earn their trust, or do what they ask, you'll be rewarded with a piece of their power." He glanced at you, the candles flickered, dancing in his eyes. "You'll need to choose which prince to serve. But be warned, the artifact you return with will be consumed. Forever." He hesitated. "You should give up something you won't miss." You packed light. Outside the temple, cold wind whistled through the gerils. You unrolled your map and traced the names listed in the book. 15 shrines, 15 princes. Some were noble, some were monstrous, all were powerful. You chose one. Some shrines were hidden deep in the wilds. Others waited on high cliffs or secluded forests. Pilgrims stood around them in silent prayer or madness. Some demanded offerings of wine, soul gems, troll fat. Others asked only for your presence at dusk or dawn, but all demanded a test. Whatever the task, you completed it. Sometimes with hesitation, sometimes with blood, but always with the knowledge of what waited at the end. The artifact. When it was yours, you held it with a strange weight in your hand. Not just its power, but the understanding that you would give it away. You went back to the Cloud Ruler Temple. The halls of Temple greeted you like stone arms. Martin was waiting. You placed the artifact on the table between you. His eyes flicked to it. then to your face. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Once I use this, it's gone. Forever." You nodded. A moment passed. He picked it up with care, holding it like a live flame. "Thank you," he said softly. "This will serve. A Daedric prince's essence bound to this world. Just as Cameron used such power to create his paradise, we will use it to destroy it." He turned away, deep in thought. One piece of the ritual complete. One step closer to the end. The wind bites deep atop the mountain. You step into the open courtyard of Cloud Ruler Temple, frost crunching beneath your boots. Snow drifts in the air as Joffrey approaches from the battlements, his brow knit in concern. "I've just received word from the Countess of Bruma," he says. "An Oblivion gate has opened outside the city." His voice is grim. There's no need to ask what that means. You've seen what happens when those gates open. Kvatch still burns in your memory. It seems the mythic Dawn are putting their plan to attack Bruma into motion, he adds. You nod, bracing yourself. Since you've dealt with these gates before, I'd like you to help the Countess's guard close this one. Once they've seen how it's done, they should be able to handle any new gates on their own. You agree without hesitation. Captain Bird is waiting for you outside the Bruma City gate, Joffrey continues. He'll show you the Oblivion gate, though I doubt it will be hard to find. Your next task is clear. Guide Bruma's defense by closing the nearby Oblivion gate and buying Martin the time he needs to complete his work. At the base of the hill near Wild Eye Stables, you found Captain Bird and a small contingent of Bruma's guards. Their armor was cold with frost, but their expressions burned with determination. Good to see you, Bird said, gripping your shoulder. We're ready when you are. You turned your gaze toward the swirling maw of fire just beyond the trees. The Oblivion gate stood open, glowing, pulsing, daring you to enter. You stepped forward. You entered the gate. The air shifted. Gone were the snowy hills of Bruma. In their place, a sky of bleeding red, rivers of lava, and jagged towers rising like fangs from a scorched earth. You knew this hellscape. You had seen it in Kvatch. This time, you were ready. You made your way through the twisted terrain, battling past flame Atronachs and Daedroths. A river of lava blocked your direct path to the central tower. You circled around, clinging to narrow walkways, dodging fireballs hurled from watchtowers. The tower loomed ahead, fury spike. You pushed through the steel doors and stepped inside. Within, the heat was suffocating. The first chamber crawled with Daedra. You cut them down and climbed higher. The stairs led to the rending halls, where the scent of blood and brimstone hung heavy in the air. Spike traps lined the walls. Blades sprung from dark corners. But you pressed on. A blood fountain restored your battered body. chests hid meager treasures, bones, soul gems, the spoils of the damned. You passed through rooms of fire and shadow, finding magicka fonts to refill your strength, and climbed ever higher. At one hallway's end, a sigil keeper waited. The Daedra lunged at you with a roar, its body wrapped in the energies of Oblivion. You fought hard and fast. A final strike dropped the beast, and from its corpse you claimed the sigil key. You knew what came next. The final door opened to the chamber of the sigil stone. More Daedra waited, but you rushed past them, blade flashing when needed. With a burst of speed, you sprinted up the final ramp and reached the glowing, pulsing heart of the realm. You touched the stone. The world collapsed around you. In a flash of fire and light, you were back in the snow outside Bruma. The gate was gone. Captain Bird stood nearby, armor scorched and sword dripping blood. He looked at the quiet battlefield, and then at you. "We couldn't have done it without you," he said. You nodded once. Then you turned north, back toward Cloud Ruler Temple. Martin looked up from his reading, his expression solemn. "I've figured out another item needed for the ritual to open the portal to Cameron's paradise," he said. He rose slowly, the weight of his knowledge showing in his eyes. "The second item is the counterpart to the first, the blood of a divine. This was a terrible puzzle to me." His voice lowered, troubled. "Unlike the Daedra lords, the gods have no artifacts and do not physically manifest themselves in our world." He paused, then continued, a glimmer of understanding breaking through. "How then to obtain the blood of a god?" But Joffrey solved it. The blood of Tiber Septim himself, who became one of the divines. Martin stepped aside, gesturing toward the Grand Master of the Blades. "This is a secret, remembered only by the Blades, passed down from one Grand Master to the next. Joffrey should tell it to you himself." You found Joffrey near the west rampart, staring down at the snow-swept mountains. "Tiber Septim's blood still flows through our empire, but the item you seek is not metaphorical," Joffrey said. His actual armor, blessed and worn in battle during his mortal life, still lies sealed in Sancre Tor. The Blades once considered it a sacred place. He looked grim. Now, it's overrun by evil. None who've entered have ever returned. He handed you a key, old and heavy, etched with the symbol of the dragon. "Take this. It opens the path to Sancre Tor." You set out the next morning, traveling north from Coral, through pine-laced woodlands and stone trails glazed with snow. The ruins of Sancre Tor rose before you, like broken teeth from the earth. Its walls, once white and gleaming, were cracked and moss-covered. The cold air was heavy with silence. As you entered the ancient halls, a wave of unease fell over you. The corridors echoed with no footsteps but your own. Shadows flickered behind old stone. And then they came. Phantoms and undead blades, twisted remnants of what once served the Septim bloodline. You fought through ghouls and skeletons, pushing deeper into the tomb. Near a locked gate, a blade-wielding specter struck, but as your sword met his curse broke. The ghost of Relis emerged, pale and spectral, his voice hollow but clear. "Free my brothers," he said. "Only then may we lift the curse and reclaim our honor." You continued through the maze of tunnels and sealed chambers. Each wing of Sancre Tor brought a new fallen blade, their forms cursed by the Underking's malice. In the prison halls, you battled the warden Kastav, his skeletal form strong with lingering spite. Once defeated, the ghost of Vladimir rose, his chains gone. In the Hall of Judgment, you fought through ancient guards and flame-bound traps, finding the third blade, Alen. His specter bowed in gratitude and faded to join the others. In the catacombs, beneath tombs and forgotten bones, you faced the final haunted warrior. With his release, the curse began to lift. A soft tremor shook the air, and a low chant seemed to echo from nowhere. You returned to the entry chamber, now glowing with golden light. The 4 freed spirits stood in a circle, their ghostly forms calm. "You may enter," Relis said. "We guard it no longer." The door to the tomb of the Riemann emperors creaked open. Inside lay the relic, the armor of Tiber Septim, gleaming despite the ages. Its surface bore the crest of the Dragonborn, and though your hands trembled, you lifted it with reverence. The fire crackled quietly in the halls of Cloud Ruler Temple as you returned, your boots dusted with the soil of Sancre Tor. Martin Septim rose to greet you, his eyes fixed on the ancient relic in your hands. "My progress on the Mysterium Xarxes is slow, I'm afraid," he admitted, his voice edged with weariness. "How goes your search for the armor of Tiber Septim?" You placed it before him, gleaming, sacred, untouched by time. Martin's expression softened. "The Septim blood may flow through my veins, but you have the soul of a hero, the armor of Tiber Septim himself. Joffrey will be amazed to see it." He assured you gently, "You can reassure Joffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood." Then, with a rare, wry smile, he added, "The blades are as touchy as priests about relics of Tiber Septim, it seems." You both stood in the silence that followed, reverent. Then Martin's tone shifted, his expression sharpening with new resolve. "While you were gone, I've made some progress in deciphering the Mysterium Xarxes ritual. The third item we need is a great Welkind stone." Your brow furrowed. Welkind stones were not uncommon. You'd seen them in Ayleid ruins before, but the great ones had become legend. "You may have run across lesser Welkind stones," Martin explained. They are fairly common in Ayleid ruins, but a great welkin stone will not be easy to come by. They have been plundered one by one over the years, due to their great value to mages and occultists. He paused, then said, "There is only one place that is rumored to still contain one. The ruins of the Ayleid city of Miskarkand. A place where many have perished seeking its great stone. But nothing else will do, so you must succeed where all others have failed. You set off from Cloud Ruler Temple, the wind colder now, your purpose heavier. South of the Gold Road, tucked between Kvatch and Skingrad, the broken ruins of Miskarkand awaited, silent in the shade of ancient trees. As you approached, the crumbling arches of the lost Ayleid city loomed. A band of goblins skittered out from the stone paths, like vermin disturbed. You cut them down quickly and descended the spiral staircase that marked the true entrance to the ruin. Within, darkness swallowed you. Miskarkand was not just old, it was haunted. The scent of decay lingered on the cold air. Goblins prowled the corridors, but they were not alone. Restless dead stirred among the fallen halls. Skeletal warriors and zombies bloated with centuries of rot. You moved carefully, ignoring the dust-choked alcoves and looted shelves. The true prize lay ahead. Lesser welkin stones lined the walls, their soft blue glow a cold echo of lost power. But Martin needed more. You pressed onward, deeper into the forgotten depths. The stone chambers twisted and turned. In the farthest vault, atop a dais lit only by a supernatural shimmer, stood the great welkined stone, whole, radiant, untouched by time. As your fingers wrapped around it, a presence stirred. The air cracked. A shriek echoed from the tombs. From the darkness emerged the king of Miskarkand, a lich of terrifying strength. Flanked by 2 rotting zombies, he raised his staff and unleashed a wave of Daedric fury. You staggered back, using the hulking undead as cover against his spells. The zombies lunged, but you felled them quickly, steel flashing in the eerie glow. Now it was just the 2 of you. The lich hovered above the stone floor, incanting words from a forgotten tongue. You charged, forcing him into close combat, your strikes battering his ancient robes. One of his spells grazed your shoulder, ice and agony, but you pressed forward. With a final slash, your blade shattered his enchantments. His skeletal frame crumbled in a burst of arcane light, his staff clattering lifeless to the floor. You stood, chest heaving, surrounded by the silence of death once more. The great welkined stone pulsed in your satchel as you turned to leave. Martin awaited you in the same seat, his eyes brightening at your approach. Without a word, you handed him the artifact. "While you were gone," he said, voice low with awe, I made some progress with the Mysterium Xarxes. This stone. It may be what we need to complete the ritual. You saw it then, the spark of destiny behind his quiet humility. A priest, a scholar, a septim, and now, the bearer of a nation's last hope. The fires of Miss Karkand had scarcely dimmed in your mind when Joffrey summoned you once more to Cloud Ruler Temple. His expression was grim, but resolute. "Good work," he said, speaking of the Bruma Gate. Captain Bird and his guardsmen should be able to handle any additional gates, at least for now. But his tone shifted. The Bruma Guard cannot defend the city indefinitely. The Daedra of Oblivion are innumerable. The guardsmen of Bruma are not. We need to gather what allies we can before Bruma is hopelessly besieged. If the mythic Dawn manages to open a great gate here, the city will need a stronger garrison for there to be any hope of defending it. The burden was clear. If the Empire was to endure, Bruma had to stand. And to stand, it needed soldiers. Joffrey tasked you with an errand of urgency and diplomacy. You were to ride to every city across Cyrodiil, speak with each count and countess, and request their military support. If Bruma was to weather the coming storm, the other holds would have to rally to its defense. Your first stop was the Imperial City. You climbed the white marble stairs of the Palace District and entered the Elder Council chambers, where Chancellor Okado awaited. He listened, hands clasped tightly. Yet his answer was as disappointing as it was expected. "The legions are already stretched thin," he said, the weight of a dying empire behind his words. "Every soldier is fighting to hold the provinces together. I cannot send aid to Bruma, not when the entire empire is at stake." You bowed, disappointed but not surprised. The Empire's heart was weary. Its hands were bound. From there, you rode to Corel. Countess Ariana Valga, stern and proud, heard your request with a raised brow. "Bruma is our neighbor," she said, "and her fall would stain all of Cyrodiil. But my people look to me for safety first. If you want Corel's troops, you must deal with the threat near our gates." Outside the city walls, a gaping Oblivion gate had torn open. Clawing through it was another Daedric siege, creeping toward Corel like a shadow. With blade in hand, you plunged into the fiery realm once more, fought through the familiar spires of brass and blood, and tore the sigil stone from the tower's heart. When you returned, battered but victorious, the Countess gave her word. Corel would stand with Bruma. Skingrad was next. Count Janus Hasseldor was a strange man, a recluse in a city of wine and secrets. Yet he understood danger when he saw it. "I will not risk my people," he said coolly, "unless I know the Oblivion Gate outside Skingrad is no more." Again, you descended into fire. Again, you fought your way past clan fears and flame Atronachs. you moved through jagged corridors and flame-scarred battlements until the stone was yours, and the gate imploded into a vacuum of ash and wind. True to his word, Hasseldor dispatched soldiers, quiet, deadly veterans who moved like shadows. His debts were paid in steel. Bravil, Leowin, and Anvil followed much the same. Each had their own gates, their own horrors bleeding into the world. In each city, you faced another hellish pocket of oblivion. The sigil towers were different in shape, but familiar in cruelty. Blood fountains, spike traps, flaming sentries. You did not hesitate. Each realm fell. Each sigil stone you took darkened your dreams. And with each city saved, another group of soldiers rode for Bruma. When you returned to Kvatch, the ruined city still smoldered. But Savli and Madius, ever loyal, did not hesitate. You stood with us when the world burned. We will stand with Bruma now. In Cheydinhal, the Count considered long, too long. But he relented when reminded of the blood price Bruma would pay without aid. His banners were sent. Through your efforts, the flags of Cyrodiil began to gather. Coral's proud griffins, Anvil's sea-hardened spears, Skingrad's silent shadows, even Bravil's grizzled scouts. Every campfire outside Bruma burned now, not just with heat, but with hope. You returned to Cloud Ruler Temple, where the frozen air bit your skin, and war loomed like a thunderhead on the horizon. Martin stood near the fire, the Mysterium Xarxes still open before him. "You've done more than rally troops," he said, eyes weary but burning. "You've given the people something they've not had since the day my father died. You've given them unity. Bruma would not stand alone. Not anymore. And when the Great Gate opened, it would face not one city's strength, but the resolve of all Cyrodiil. Cloud Ruler Temple was colder than usual. The wind off the mountains howled through its ancient stone walls, and the mood among the blades was one of quiet focus. No one needed to speak aloud what was coming. You stood with Joffrey and Martin before the war table, maps weighted by daggers, the parchment curling from the heat of the nearby brazier. Outside, campfires burned low in the snow-covered valley, casting flickering halos around the banners of Cyrodiil's gathered cities: Coral, Skingrad, Anvil, and more. Soldiers huddled beneath firs, sharpening blades and whispering prayers. Martin paced slowly, the Mysterium Xarxes held under his arm. His gaze was distant. "This is it," he finally said. "Everything we've done leads to this battle." Joffrey stepped forward. "Scouts report the mythic dawn is preparing something larger than any gate we've yet seen. They plan to open a great gate here at Bruma." You had seen the carnage of a single Oblivion gate. You could scarcely imagine what a great gate would unleash. Martin's voice was steady, though his eyes betrayed the weight of what he was about to ask. We must stop them, but we need to draw them out. We need them to open the great gate, and we must be ready when they do. You nodded. There was no other path now. The horns blew just before dawn. Their echo rolled down the Gerald Mountains like thunder from the gods. You rode to Bruma's southern wall, with Martin at your side, the icy wind tugging at his cloak, his features set with quiet resolve. He wore the armor of the Septim line. Captain Bird waited atop the walls, his men gathered and alert. Below, on the battlefield, the first Oblivion gate cracked open with a screeching wail, vomiting flame and claw into the snow. Behind it, a second gate roared to life, then a third. The sky split red, and from them, the Daedra poured forth. Clan fear with jagged jaws, storm atronachs crackling with energy, scamps howling in frenzied packs, and behind them, the towering forms of Daedroths, the mythic dawn's full force, loosed upon Nirn. You led the charge. Steel met flesh, fire met frost. Bruma's defenders fought with the desperation of those who knew there was no second chance. Blades, legionnaires, and city guards from every hold carved through the Daedric tide. Arrows rained from the walls. Fireballs burst in the sky. Screams and roars mingled into chaos. Through it all, Martin fought beside you, sword flashing, shield raised, the dragon blood in him burning bright. But even with your combined strength, the Daedra pressed forward. And then it came. A scream of stone and magic ripped across the field as a great gate tore open in the heart of the valley. The ground shuddered. A tower unlike any other you had seen in Oblivion began to manifest. Tall, cruel, built like a war engine, its spires reaching into the clouds. Martin turned to you. This is it. You must go. Go now. Close that gate before the siege engine comes through. You didn't hesitate. The Great Oblivion Gate was a world of war. Unlike the others, this realm was built for conquest. Steel platforms, spiked trenches, and great scaffolds lined the way. Daedric siege engines waited, poised to be unleashed upon Tamriel. But worse still was the siege crawler, a monstrous construct in the distance, slowly crawling toward the portal like a titan made of ruin. If it crossed through to Bruma, the city would fall. You ran. Fighting through elite Daedra, you ascended spires, leapt burning platforms, and dodged cascading flame bolts. There was no time to clear every hall, no moment to rest. Only one goal mattered: the sigil stone atop the central tower. Behind you, the siege crawler advanced. A grinding howl of metal and magic echoed as it drew closer to the gate. You reached the tower summit, chest heaving, sword slick with blood, and seized the sigil stone in your hands. The world convulsed. The great gate imploded in a burst of red light, folding in upon itself like a dying star. Back in Bruma, the battlefield was scorched, but the city still stood. Martin watched the sky clear with a look of wonder and solemnity. "You've done it," he said. "You stopped the great gate. You've saved Bruma, and all of Cyrodiil." Joffrey joined you on the field, his armor dented, his face streaked with ash. "Whatever comes next," he said, "we'll face it together." You looked across the battlefield, scattered weapons, bodies of the fallen, banners fluttering in the wind. The snow was stained red, but Bruma had endured. Cyrodiil had endured. But deep within the ruins of the great gate, the memory of Oblivion's fury remained. And you knew the war was not yet over. The path to paradise was still ahead, and Mankar Cameron still waited. Martin Septim prepared for the most dangerous step yet. The final piece of the puzzle was in place. The great Welkin stone, the armor of Tiber Septim, and the blood of a Daedric prince. Now, only one thing remained: a way into paradise. Mankar Cameron's twisted Daedric realm. Martin stood in the temple's great hall. The Mysterium Xarxes spread open before him, like a wound bleeding magic into the air. Arcane energy shimmered around him as he turned the cursed pages. "I can open the portal," he said calmly, "but not for long." You nodded. There was no hesitation. You had closed gates, faced leeches, and gathered allies from every corner of Cyrodiil. Now, it was time to go where no mortal was meant to walk, into the heart of Oblivion itself. The ritual began. Martin's voice wove the incantation. The air tore like paper, and in the center of the chamber, space itself bled light. A swirling gate of fire and shadow yawned wide, humming with forbidden power. Without a word, you stepped into it. The world changed. You emerged in paradise, a realm of impossible beauty. The sky was unnaturally blue, the grass greener than life itself. Crystal rivers glided between hills that seemed too perfect to be real. White marble towers dotted the land, untouched by time or weather. But the beauty was a lie. This was no haven. This was Mankar Cameron's illusion, shaped by the power of Mehrunes Dagon. A false world sustained by myth and cruelty. You saw it in the eyes of the mythic Dawn acolytes who roamed the hills, hollow, fanatical, broken. Some welcomed you as if you were one of them. Others watched in silence, their hands brushing the hilts of hidden blades. You pressed forward. In a high temple carved into a cliff, you finally met him, Mankar Cameron. The mad prophet stood surrounded by golden light and Daedric scripture, flanked by his resurrected children, Ruma and Raven Cameron. Then his voice echoed, calm certain, heavy with scorn. I have waited a long time for you, champion of old Tamriel. Mankar Cameron emerged from between marble columns, his dark robes billowing like smoke, a ruby talisman resting on his chest like a brand of heresy. He smiled faintly, as if he spoke not to an enemy, but to a condemned soul. You are the last gasp of a dying age. You breathe the stale air of false hope. His paradise was no haven. It was a prison, a lure for the devoted and the damned alike. The mythic Dawn faithful had been granted passage here, only to find torment. Illusions crafted by Cameron to strip away their weakness in the fires of his belief. Yet you, the one he had longed to face, had not come to kneel. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The walls between our worlds are crumbling. The mythic dawn grows nearer with every rift in the firmament. The broken sky above you agreed. This realm was not static. It was cracking. Myth and nightmare bleeding into the seams of Nirn. And Cameron, enthroned at the heart of it, imagined himself its god. Soon, very soon, the lines now blurred will be erased. Tamriel and Oblivion rejoined, the mythic age reborn. He paced now, voice rising with fervor, hands gesturing as if shaping the vision he proclaimed. A world remade, Dagon ascendant, the weak cast into fire, and the strong reborn in flame. He had seen the end of the Septim line and crowned himself its usurper. My long duel with the Septims is over, and I have the mastery. The amulet he claimed, the amulet of kings, gleamed near his heart. You would take it back, for Martin, for Tamriel, for the world that still clung to Dawn, and so the duel began. Cameron did not fight alone. His children, Raven and Ruma, flanked him, shadows of a family twisted by prophecy and madness. The air churned with arcane fury as spells scorched the marble, and blades rang like bells of judgment. Ruma fell first, then Raven. Their delusions shattered with them. Then you stood before Mankar Cameron, his eyes alight with divine fire, his hands calling on the power of Dagon himself. But belief was not armor enough. Steel and spell clashed, and though Cameron wielded the might of his false realm, you endured. His body wavered, flickered, and with a final cry of fury, he fell. The illusion cracked. You seized the amulet of kings. Paradise collapsed. Reality reclaimed you. You went back to Cloud Ruler Temple. Martin's Septim stood silhouetted against the roaring fire of the Great Hall. You had returned from paradise, the impossible victory earned with blood and will, and placed the amulet in his hands. You did it, he finally whispered. You defeated him. Then you have it, the amulet of kings. You nodded. No words were needed. You had seen the world that Cameron had made, a world of perfect illusion, and you had torn it down. Martin turned the amulet over in his hand, the firelight dancing on its polished surface. Belongs to me? The amulet of kings. So you and Joffrey have said. If it is true, if the Emperor really was my father, then I should be able to wear it. He paused, not with doubt, but solemn understanding. Only those of the Septim blood can wear the amulet of kings. You looked at him, not as a scholar, not as a priest, but as the last heir to a divine line. And now, the only man who could stop what was coming. You are the Emperor, you said. He met your gaze, but instead of pride, he carried the burden of history in his eyes. Not yet, Martin replied. Until we light the dragon fires, the gates remain open, and Mehrunes Dagon's invasion continues. The words had no sooner left his mouth when the doors to the temple burst open. A breathless scout stumbled inside, face pale. My lord, Oblivion gates, they've opened, all across the imperial city, Dremora in the streets. Martin turned to you. We have to go, now. There was no time to waste. With the amulet secure, you traveled swiftly to the capital, the gleaming heart of Cyrodiil now veiled in smoke and screams. As you crossed the bridge into the imperial city, the skies boiled red. The towers once proud were framed by flame, and Oblivion gates clawed at the sky like open wounds. The air smelled of blood. You pushed through the chaos. Guards fought and died in alleys soaked in fire. Still, you pressed on, escorting Martin to the Elder Council chambers. The dragon fires were within reach, but the path was not yet clear. Inside the palace, High Chancellor Okato turned to see Martin and fell to one knee. My lord, he breathed. We had not dared to hope. Martin raised a hand, not in command, but urgency. Chancellor, there is no time. Before the next word could be spoken, the palace doors shuddered. A guard crashed through, blood on his armor. Mehrunes Dagon, he shouted. He's here. Silence fell. The Daedric prince himself had entered Tamriel. Martin's voice was calm, but final. We must go to the Temple of the One. Outside, the city burned. The temple district was a war zone. The ground trembled. Towers cracked and screamed as if the stone itself feared what had arrived. Dremora surged from every alley. And in the sky, Mehrunes Dagon, a titan of fire and muscle, taller than towers, his wings casting shadows over the sun, had stepped into the world of men. You fought your way through the madness. Blade, magic, blood. Martin was at your side, never flinching. He was no longer the uncertain scholar you had rescued from Kvatch. He was Septim. You reached the steps of the Temple of the One. Martin paused, staring up at the massive brass dome. I know what I must do. He turned to you one last time. The Amulet of Kings. It is not just a symbol. It is the blood of Akatosh. My blood. Then he stepped through the great doors. You followed. Inside, the temple trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling. Dagon's presence pressed against the walls like a coming tide. Martin walked to the center of the chamber, raised the Amulet of Kings, and shattered it in his hands. Light exploded. The blood of the dragon met the divine, and from that fire rose a miracle. In a blaze of golden light, Martin was gone, and in his place, a massive golden dragon filled the chamber. The avatar of Akatosh, fused of god and man, roared to life and burst through the temple's roof like a dawn born in fire. Wings wide, breath burning with the fury of the divines, it met Mehrunes Dagon in the skies above the capital. God fought God. Claws raked through the air. Flames tore the sky. For Akatosh was the time god, the unbroken will of order. And in the end, Dagon could not stand before it. With a final burst of fire, the avatar of Akatosh banished Mehrunes Dagon from the mortal world. And then the dragon stilled. It turned to stone. Martin's septim was gone. You stood alone in the ruined temple. The fires had stopped. The sky had cleared. And in the heart of the Temple of the One, where once a man had stood, now a statue watched over Tamriel, eternal, unyielding. Chancellor Okato found you there. He sacrificed everything. The dragon fires are lit, the barriers restored. Dagon is banished. He bowed his head. There is no emperor, but there is hope. You said nothing. There was no crown, no coronation. But a story had ended, and a new era had begun. The gates of Oblivion were shut. The world was saved, but at a cost that would never be forgotten. The end. Good night.